Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you two. This is going to be my first spiel of the day, so I'm just going to give you a little overview of who we have here, what we have going on in general, if you don't already know. We do have a visiting artist in here today, and he's the one who's kind of closer to the right side of the hot shop at this moment. His name is Ben Beres. And everyone else you see here, they are our resident hot shop team, so they're helping him create this artwork that you see today. We do have tons of example pieces. This is the last day of the residency, so we have some items to show from the previous days already, which is pretty exciting. And this piece of glass that they're working on is very complicated. This is a multi-day piece already. To create these layers of color, this patterning that you see, they had to first create a bubble of glass with multiple layers of color. They let this cool down overnight, and then the next day, at least, they will carve through the surface layer of color, which will reveal the under layers of color. And then we have just picked this up again, and we are starting to work with it. So we've smoothed the surface back out. We have that really nice patterning that we wanted, and we'll continue to blow it out and turn it into a final product. So with a lot of these pieces you already see out, I will point out that our visiting artist does a lot of vitreography or printmaking. And so these pieces here were made by heating up, specifically this cylinder, I believe, up in the front. He pointed out this clear one to me, but these are very similar where they have that really raised texture for the lettering. They heated up the lettering enough to print onto paper, so it is a burned print. Now, Ben Beres actually has some work available. Even if you just want to see some more work of his, go through specifically our Museum of Glass store over there. He has some smaller items and some bigger items from all sorts of different residencies he's had. He's had a residency here at the Museum of Glass before, but it's been a little while. And Ben is a local artist. He's a Seattle-based artist. So it's good to see some local people in here. Oh yeah, and please let me know if you guys ever have any questions. What I usually do is I'll follow through the process, and I might show off some images of our visiting artist's previously made artwork as well. But if you have questions for the artist or just questions about the glass in general, feel free to let me know. And speaking of, could we see Ben's artwork up on the screen briefly? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going, and you'll be able to see some previous works of our visiting artist. And there are a couple of objects in here, such as an axe and a plunger. They are so realistic that it seems like they just inserted the image into the slideshow, but they are actually made out of glass. So he's done a little bit of realism work as well. And as you're seeing with the slideshow, Ben Beres also does some performance art as well. Oh yeah, and this is cool. So throughout the process of them making the pieces on the floor, Ben has also been sitting aside and carving this material on the surface of the glass. This is kind of a rubbery material, and this is how a lot of the lettering is created. You will carve the space around the letters and peel that area off, and then sandblast the surface of the glass. That will chip away around the lettering and make it very prominent, for lack of better words. And we have some of these pieces up on the screen now too. Also, so far at the center bench, we have basically added a small bit of clear to the bottom of the piece and then completely flattened it. I assume this bit of clear is where they're going to be attaching the pipe, but we should see that pretty soon yourselves. So what they'll do is they'll just keep this piece warm overall at the center bench. In the meantime, somebody's going to be preparing a pipe with some clear glass on the end as basically an attachment point. This will be brought over and attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And yeah, for those who just joined in, this piece was a lot of work, at least about 3 days of work, at least, because this has to go through a process of first creating a piece of glass that has layers of color kind of stacked on top of each other. And then it has to go through a process where they cut or etch away at the surface of the glass to reveal that second layer underneath. And then we've just fired it back up again. We're heating it up, smoothing out the surface, and actually creating a piece out of it. And we have just attached that pipe to the bottom right where we created that pad of clear. And to break the piece off, they simply apply a little bit of water, which is thermally shocking and cracking the glass, and then just a tap of the pipe, and the piece pops off. Now that connection was really thin. You saw how easily it broke away, and that's why they were being so careful earlier to keep that section warm. They didn't want it to break off early. And right here, Gabe is not trying to open the piece up quite yet. He's actually just centering it with the pipe while that connection is still warm enough to move. So now we have enough heat to actually start working with the glass a little bit. Gabe went in with this pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been kind of splashed or soaked with a little bit of water. And he used this to kind of squeeze the opening in on itself. And this is causing the glass to thicken a little bit and also create that smaller opening. And just based off of what I'm seeing, this means that we are soon going to be trimming or cutting some of that glass away right around the opening. This just makes it a better setup for doing that. And welcome to everyone who has recently joined into the hot shop. I know there are some new faces here and there, so just want to explain what we have going on real quick before I move on with my kind of explanation of what they're doing. So we have a visiting artist in our hot shop. His name is Ben Beres, and he's the one closer to the right side of the hot shop over there, waving to you all. And everyone else, they are working as basically our resident artists. They will help any visiting artist that comes through with these various projects. They will make store items, they'll work on commission projects, they do so many different things. And because of this, they are very talented and experienced artists. They make everything look really easy. But these pieces were designed by Ben himself, our visiting artist, and he does a lot of vitreography or printmaking, as you'll see with a lot of these pieces. And some of these pieces were actually used for printmaking themselves as well. So we have these sheets of paper with those burned lettering, burned patterns into the piece. And these came from, I believe it was specifically this clear one right here. He was talking about it this morning. So we have a variety of pieces out because this is the last day of the residency. He's been here since Wednesday, so he has a lot of work to show for what he's been doing this week. And he even has more work that you can look at. He's selling some items in the store. Some of them are smaller, some of them are larger. So if you want to see even more of his work, check that out. And I'm sure you guys are wondering how they get the patterning in this glass. This one is at least a 3-day project I've been mentioning. Who knows, it was probably even longer, but this piece has multiple layers of color on it. And this top layer of color was etched or carved through to reveal that second layer of color underneath. So that is a process of, you have to blow a piece with multiple layers of color, then you let it cool down, and then the next day you carve into the glass. And now we've just picked it up again, and we are heating it up and blowing it out. So this is the final step. This is going to be a final piece. And after smoothing out and kind of rounding out that opening, we have brought a bit of colored glass over. We've touched this down to the lip, and as we turn, it follows all the way around, creating something called a lip wrap. This is the same color as the lettering itself. We're trying to tie all those colors together. So now this piece can be opened up like normal. Gabe has gone inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, and slowly widen that opening. We're using these wooden paddles more so for shielding the artist's hand and arm from the heat rather than actually touching that wooden paddle to the glass. But we do use these wooden paddles for flattening the bottom of the piece, for example. That's very common, and that's why they're so charred. So it looks like we'll be using the Sophietta pretty soon. This cone shape will block off the opening to the piece, and then, of course, that handle that's attached is actually hollow, allowing us to blow air inside of the piece, just kind of rounding and re-expanding more so the top half of the piece. So it looks like they are getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. And what this usually includes is them torching that area where the glass is physically on or connected to the pipe, the clear glass there at the bottom. And they will torch this area until they see a little bit of movement in that connection. And then they can go ahead and apply some water to crack the connection and pop that piece off. I know some of you guys saw that earlier when we broke it off of its first pipe. So basically that same thing again. And usually when we break pieces off, especially if they're a little bit bigger, we'll break them off into some Kevlar gloves. Someone will be standing aside wearing these big gloves made out of the same material as firefighting suits. And they will pick up this piece and carry it to be put away. So if you want any final photos, this is the time because we're just about to put this away. Okay, so something interesting is happening. You see the flames kind of coming out of the top of that furnace in the back, our glory hole, that large open face furnace. So they have changed the amount of gas that is coming out of the furnace, and this is called a reduction flame. They're bringing the metals to the surface of the glass to try and create kind of a metallic finish on some area of the piece. So you can actually see the surface becoming shinier now as you look at it. And it looks like they are happy with how that looks. So to break it off, once again, we're just applying a little bit of water at the end of the pipe. And then we will tap the pipe with a tool, and that should pop right off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And that is going inside of the annealer. So I haven't pointed out this box to you guys yet, but this is at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's going to hold it at that safe, healthy temperature for glass. And then we'll press a button. It'll slowly come down overnight. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. Yeah, thermal shock is when you heat up or cool glass too quickly, it'll just suddenly break. It can basically explode. It can just crack. But either way, we don't want that to happen to our piece, so we handle it very carefully. And we should see another piece kind of like that one where we've kind of etched away at the surface and we have that special lettering design. We're heating these pieces up inside of this box in the front right here. They're kind of preheating to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that we could safely take them out. And could I have Ben's slideshow again, please? So for those who have recently joined, you haven't seen this slideshow yet. This will show off some of our visiting artists' previously made artwork. And once again, just to point out, we have tons of his artwork physically on display here as well. And yeah, he does a lot of printmaking. He does some performance art. You'll see a variety of things within this slideshow that he does. And once again, feel free to ask any questions if you guys have any. I think they're just waiting for this box to preheat up to that temperature that they need. No, so surprisingly, this cone is mostly decorational, yeah. It's just based off of what the area used to be used for, which was a lot of logging. Or lumber in general, logging. And this area had a lot of beehive or wigwam burners. They would burn leftover wood scraps. And so this is basically the same exact shape as one of those burners, just kind of paying tribute. So I actually don't know exactly what Ben is going to do with the finished works, but I know that he does sell some of his work. Like, he has some for sale right now, so. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. We are going to see another piece, kind of like the last one, which I'm not sure if anyone was here for that last one. I have a brand new crowd now. But we have a piece that has so much depth of design to it. Basically, to create these pieces, they originally blow a glass bubble or vessel that has multiple layers of color on it. And they will carve through the surface of the glass to reveal the second layer of color underneath. You can kind of picture it already, right? You have two layers of color on top, then you etch through one, and you can kind of see that second layer of color underneath. And then we are now picking those back up on the end of a pipe, and we're reheating them, and we'll continue to work with them and blow them out. So usually when you quote-unquote cold work glass, which can include sandblasting or grinding or polishing the glass, you can be left with kind of this matte texture. These were sandblasted, for example, right here. They just covered up the area where they wanted the lettering. And so we'll be basically getting rid of that matte texture by refiring it in the hot shop, and then we'll blow it out into a piece. The last piece we made was almost like a tall bowl shape, is probably how to describe it best, or like a basket shape. So we'll see how this one turns out. And this is our visiting artist who designed these pieces. His name's Ben Beres over there. And he's carving away at the kind of rubber surface that he has created on top of this glass piece. And once again, this is how he creates these pieces on the pedestals. So he's carving away the empty space around the lettering, and then this will be sandblasted eventually. Yeah, so I'll point out once again that piece of glass that I described is sitting inside of this box up in the front here, preheating to just about 1,030 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that sounds super hot, but glass, we usually want it between 900 and 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit for it to be safely brought up to a molten temperature or safely brought down to room temperature. So what Gabe has on the end of his pipe here is a little bit hard to describe, but it's basically a glass collar. And that means that the glass is kind of wrapped around the end of the pipe. But if you were to blow through the end of the pipe right now, that air would just pass all the way through the glass. So it's not necessarily a bubble. It's not sealed. It's open. And this is on purpose so we can attach this disc to the opening of a piece inside of that box. Yeah, so we've just pulled out yet another piece from that box. And yeah, getting that exact temperature is really hard. So if it's too hot, then it's going to stick to this metal ring that's holding the piece upright inside of that box so we can grab it properly. But we got that metal ring off, so now we'll just heat it up like normal. So once again, the last piece that we just finished off, maybe like 15 minutes ago, used the same technique where you etch away at the surface layer of color and it reveals that second layer. So we have that same thing going on. And we have the opening of our piece on the far end away from the pipe. This is where we'll probably be attaching that collar of clear glass, that gay pad over there. So since it was sticking inside of the kiln, we're just going to grind away at the glass to get rid of any particles that may have been left behind. And I see quite a few new people in here already, so I just want to re-describe what we have going on real quick. So once again, this is the last day of our visiting artist residency. Our visiting artist is Ben Beres. He's over on the right side of the hot shop working on a piece over on that large metal table called the Marver. And everyone else you see on the floor, they are our resident artists, so they'll help any visiting artists that come through, like today. And we are making a piece that was started at least 2 days ago, I would believe. So to create this piece, they first blow a bubble that has multiple layers of color on it. So this one you could see we have a white layer of glass underneath a black layer of glass. And they let this cool down overnight. They probably just had that overall cup shape. And then they etched through the surface of the black layer of glass to reveal that white layer underneath. So that's how we're getting our very sharp patterning for these pieces specifically. And it's also pretty similar to some other things you'll see, like these pieces, for example. That's kind of what Ben is working on right now. There's this rubber sort of material on the surface of the piece that he's carving through. And any space that's not covered by that rubber material will be sandblasted to create these very specific and sharp patterns. And on top of that, now we have just picked this piece of glass up again, and we'll actually shape it and turn it into something specific. So there's at least 3 days of work inside of this piece. That's the whole reason I went through that explanation, just to show how much work is going into this one piece of glass. So we've just heated up the edge of that cup and then attached it to the end of Gabe's pipe. And now we essentially have a completely sealed bubble on the end of a blowpipe. So this specifically is a blowpipe. We'll be able to blow into the end of it and expand that glass like a balloon. And that's where the blowing and glass blowing comes into play. So we have these throughout the hot shop, these metal tables. They're called marvers, and we're using it, looks like, to kind of smooth out the surface of the glass. Since we etched through the black glass to reveal the white, it has a little bit of a height difference, and you'd be able to feel a physical texture, sort of smoothing everything out before we move on. So we do have this small bit of clear left over from where that previous pipe was attached. That's what we're working on next. We're just heating that up, and we'll kind of pick it off with a tool, specifically the tweezers, it looks like. So that way we're back to our completely smooth black surface. So apparently this piece is going to be getting bigger. So we haven't seen this too much today because we're not working with a ton of clear glass, and we've done a lot of prep work on the previous days already, but we will be gathering a layer of clear glass over top of this. And this is going to do a couple of things. It's going to build up mass for the piece, first off. It's also going to be covering up these layers of color completely. So we're not going to have color on the surface of the piece. And this can be pretty important because later on we attach a pipe to the bottom of the piece to transfer or break it off of its original pipe. And this secondary pipe can chip away at color when we finally break it off and put it away. So that could be partially why we're doing this, or we just might want to build up mass for the piece. But we will be seeing some molten clear glass today, which is pretty satisfying. We're continuously using this pad to shape the glass. This is actually folded up newspaper that we've soaked with water. And that might sound like an odd tool, but this is as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. Also, could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So we have been sitting and letting this glass cool down. We always let that previous layer cool down before going for our next layer of clear. And the idea behind this is we don't want to alter this shape that we have right here. When we get that fresh layer of clear, we want to be able to push and kind of smooth that clear out without altering anything else underneath it. Because this is a very neat design. It would be very obvious if something were to be pushed around, I guess. And it looks like this was specifically a strip gather. So we let some of that glass drip off into a bucket, which is clear glass only, by the way. We will be able to reuse that glass, just giving us a partial layer of that clear. And right away, Gabe has taken the papers and he's pushed most of that clear to the bottom, which he'll then cut off using the jacks. So now we have that even thin layer of clear across the bubble. And this is just a pipe cooler that we're using. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. So you should see some steam rising. So we haven't used these torches very much today, so I'll just point this out real quick. But this large, quote-unquote, fluffy flame, as we call them, we'll use it to heat up a section of glass at a time. In this case, we're heating up the shoulder area of the glass near the pipe. This area tends to get pretty cold pretty quickly. It's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. And we have a lot of heat focused on the bottom. We want to leave the bottom pretty thick so that we have more material to work with later on. And if the bottom of a piece is thin, then it is pretty easy to break. So just try to be careful. And our next step is an important one. We are going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're squeezing down basically right off of the end of the pipe. And this is called the jack line. This jack line, or this divot, is where we eventually break the piece off of the pipe. It's kind of our breaking point. And you can see we're hanging the glass down at the same time, letting gravity stretch it out and do a lot of the shaping for us. So now we have a taller and longer shape. So there will be points in time where we are not really trying to alter the shape of the piece very much. We're kind of just waiting for the next step. We could be waiting for another piece of glass to come over, for example. And so we'll keep the glass just barely warm enough to not break. And this is to avoid changing the shape, melting the glass too much, and also avoid thermal shock. So every once in a while we'll go inside of the furnace and just reheat the glass a little bit, keeping it at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. So Gabe is using a trimming, kind of a small, well, not small, broken piece of glass to etch a target into the end of the bubble to help him hit more center when the second pipe has been brought over. And this second pipe basically has some clear glass on the end that was formed into the shape of a crown or a small bowl on the end. And this has been attached to the end of our bubble. And I think the idea is basically to kind of have an air gap in between the pipe and the bottom of the piece. We've also carved a divot into this connection to make it easier to break off this second pipe as well. Just thinking ahead, making sure it'll be easier later on. And when they're ready, they'll apply some water to our jack line that we created earlier, causing enough cracking to pop the piece off, just like so. So we have now completely transferred our piece onto another pipe. We have flipped the orientation, so now we can start working on the opening of this piece. And while that connection is still hot, Gabe is centering it with the pipe on the bottom. And now we'll start to open this piece up. These two blades, unlike the metal blades that we were using earlier, the jacks, these are pachofis, and they are made out of wood. So we can actually use the tips of these blades and kind of push at the inner wall without causing any gouging or scraping in the glass. And they're especially helpful for plates or low bowl shapes, especially. So at a certain point, once the piece starts to get a little bit wider, you'll start to see the artist use centrifugal force to open it up further. So instead of going on the inside of the piece at this point, Gabe is going on the outside, and he's spinning the piece fast enough that it's flaring out into the papers a little bit and smoothing the piece out from the outside. So it looks like we have once again finished another piece. They're happy with the shape of it. They're happy with how straight all the lettering turned out. So they are getting ready to break it off. And this means that we'll continue to torch just the very end of the pipe until we start to see some movement in that connection between the pipe and the piece. And then we'll apply some water to crack that connection enough for it to pop off. And when we break this piece off, Trent is going to be ready to quite literally pick up this piece off the end of the pipe with some Kevlar gloves. Apparently the same material as firefighting suits, interestingly enough. So to help break this piece off, we're cutting at that connection with a pair of shears first. And now to apply that water directly into that divot, which will crack that connection enough for it to pop off. And this is going inside of that black box on the far right wall. This is one of our mini annealers. And basically it'll just hold it at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit and then very slowly cool the piece down overnight. And let's give them a little round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, that was the second one done. We do have apparently 3 more pieces with kind of the similar style of the carved out lettering to create. So if you missed the beginning of the process, feel free to stick around to see the next one. Yeah. And we also have another project coming up later, which is going to include putting pockets of air or bubbles of air inside of the final product. And this is something I haven't seen yet, so I'm excited to see how it plays out. And could I have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We're in a little bit of a lull right now where we are waiting for something to preheat in this box up in the front. But as soon as that is preheated, we will pick it up and start working with it. So I'll just give you an overview as to what we have going on today real quick. So we do have a visiting artist. This is the last day of his residency for this week. His name is Ben Beres, and he's the one who's just up in the front with us. Everyone else is a resident hot shop team member here at this hot shop, and they'll help any visiting artists that come through, like Ben today. And we're seeing some pieces that are kind of along these lines, the front pedestals where we have some lettering. But these pieces have been picked up and refired, and the layers of color so far have been very opaque, so we're not seeing as much translucentness. We'll see how this one looks. We have 3 more of these to go, I believe. 3 more of these pieces. And these are multi-day pieces, so what they have done is they've created an original piece that has multiple layers of color on it, usually 2. And then they carve through that top layer of color to reveal the second layer of color underneath, almost like these front pedestal ones, once again. And then this is picked up and refired in the hot shop to make sure that it's smooth and so that they can blow it out into a final product. Also, Ben is working continuously on some of these sandblasted pieces like you're seeing on the front pedestals. So this is a sort of rubbery material on the surface there, like a big sticker. And he's carving away and peeling off any areas that he wants to be sandblasted, which is the matte section of the glass, just to point out. Any area that's covered is going to remain as it was originally. Yeah, these have a really incredible depth of detail. And some of these pieces were technically used for printmaking themselves. So we have these posters down on the front right here, where the lettering was burned into the paper. In that slideshow that's been on the screen since you guys came in, this is a slideshow showing off some of Ben's previously made works. Yeah, he does a lot of printmaking, which is vitreography, does some performance art, and he has been doing some glass art on and off for a little while as well. Apparently he was here about 6 years ago, and he's been at Pilchuck, which is a glass school 2 hours north. So yeah, that's just a very general overview. If you guys ever have any questions, feel free to let me know. So Sarah has some clear glass on the end of her pipe and has heated this up enough to stick to this cup of colored glass inside of this box right here, which we've preheated to just over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And she was struggling to pick it up, but she got it eventually. I mean, these guys have all been working with glass for like 20 to 30 years, so there will be these little things here and there, but they are usually able to fix them. So we've just picked that cup up. This pipe that it has right here, it's kind of hard to describe. It's just a clear glass collar around the end of the pipe. So if you were to blow into the end of the pipe, that air would just pass all the way through. And the idea behind that is we can attach this over the opening of the cup that we just created and then use that to blow it out. So there you can see our lettering. And to get rid of any particles that may have stuck to the cup when they were picking it up, they're going to be grinding away with a Dremel, just making sure there's no particles in the final piece. Now, to attach the cup to the end of this second pipe, we'll heat up just the opening of the cup, and we'll also be heating up this clear glass collar itself with this really hot focused flame. This torch, you'll notice if you look at it, it's this really bright blue flame. It can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's going to heat that glass up pretty quickly. And we have just attached that cup. We will use some water to break the cup off from its original pipe. And just like that, we now basically have a sealed bubble on the end of our new pipe. And after heating this glass up, we'll start rolling it on the marver, which is this metal table. We do have these throughout the hot shop. The largest one is here at the center bench. And the idea is mostly to smooth and compress this design a little bit. Because we carved at the surface of the glass to get this lettering, we now have a little bit of an uneven surface. So we're just going to smooth everything out by heating it and rolling it and heating it and rolling it a couple times. Oh, also, there's something I should point out. We're going to have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. Ben's going to be talking about this artwork that he's been working on, both past, present, and future, and himself as an artist. So we have this little bit of clear left over from that previous pipe. We're going to heat up this little bit of clear using this torch and kind of pick it off with some tweezers. And for those who recently joined, I just wanted to explain this project a little bit again. Once again, it was designed by our visiting artist, Ben Beres, and he's in the back in the black shirt closer to the left to describe Ben. Everyone else is here. They work here as our resident hot shop team, so they'll help any visiting artist that comes through. And this is at least a multi-day project. This piece was originally created to where they have 2 layers of color on one bubble. They blew it out into that cup shape originally. Then they set it aside, let it cool down overnight. And then they ground through the surface of the glass to create that lettering pattern. And then they have just picked it up again today to blow it out and work with it further. So that's at least 3 days of work into just this one piece. And welcome into the hot shop for those who just joined in. We have visiting artist Ben Beres in here today. He's the one who's sitting down on that metal table over there. Everyone else is our resident hot shop team. They'll help any visiting artists that come through. And this piece that you're seeing now is one of, I think it was 5 total pieces that we're working on that have this specific style of patterning on it. And this was achieved, first off, they blew a piece out that had 2 layers of color on it. They created kind of this cup shape. Then they set it aside, let it cool down. And then they etched or ground through the surface of that first layer of color to reveal a second layer underneath. And that is why we have these really crisp lines for our lettering for this piece. And now we've just picked it up, finally, one more time, and we're heating it up and working with it. We'll blow it out into its final shape. We have yet to see what that is. The last couple of pieces we've made are kind of basket shaped, so they're not quite bowls, not quite cups. And yeah, we'll just kind of find out what they do with it together. Feel free to ask any questions if you guys ever have any. So we're sitting here letting this glass cool down a little bit, and pretty soon we will be gathering another layer of clear over top of all this glass. And this is going to do a couple things. It's going to add mass to the piece overall, so making our piece a little bit bigger, more material to work with. And it's also going to be covering up that color, so the color's not on the surface of the piece anymore. And this could be for a couple of reasons. Sometimes they just don't want the glass to react with the flame. It can actually pull the metals to the surface and turn out kind of shiny, which is great in some cases. Other cases, we don't want that. Or it could just be because they want to protect that layer of color. If it's on the surface, it can easily chip and break away if we are working with it too hard later. So we've just gathered that layer of clear. This glass, when it comes out of our glass furnace, hot and fresh, is at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it is a lot like the texture of honey. So when we hang the glass bubble down towards the floor, that glass could quite literally drip off of the pipe. And we're next using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We're using it to smooth and even out this fresh layer of clear glass. This is mostly to help the bubble blow out evenly from within all of this color. We can't quite see that pocket of air anymore, but it is there. And then using this pad, this is actually folded up newspaper soaked with water. That is all this material is. And it's as close as you'll see us get to using our hands to shape the glass. And then using a pipe cooler. Yeah, I got asked what the material of the pipe was earlier, how it doesn't spread the heat to your hands very quickly. And these are just stainless steel tools. We have stainless steel tables, stainless steel pipes, stainless steel tools. Surprisingly, the heat travels pretty slowly. It's not a great conductor of heat, unlike other metals like copper. I think copper would be very hard to use. And we'll usually use the block twice before we actually start blowing that bubble out. And this is all just to make sure the heat is evenly distributed through the entire piece of glass. If it's not evenly distributed, the bubble's going to blow out unevenly into the hotter areas, into the thinner areas. And now we get to see them turn it into our final piece. So this is when we start blowing it up. It's pretty easy to miss, but Sarah's blowing into the end of the pipe right now, very intermittently, to slowly expand this piece of glass. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. This project that we're working on right now is pretty complicated. This is at least a 3-day project, I've been saying to people, because to start the piece off, they had to blow a cup-shaped piece of glass that has 2 layers of color, one on top of the other, kind of within the wall. And then they grind through the surface layer of color to reveal that second layer underneath, which is why we have this really sharp lettered patterning, this really nice crisp lettering. And then this was basically picked up and reheated today so that we can continue to work with it. So we're just now blowing it out and turning it into its final form. That process where we have to cold work it, we have to let the glass cool down for about 12 hours. And then we have to heat it up again slowly if we want to start working with it. So at least a 3-day project. And we are just now creating the jack line, which is a divot in the glass near the pipe, essentially a breaking point. So later on, once we have our overall shape, we'll break it off from this divot. And it looks like we're going with a much taller, skinnier shape this time. Gabe is still continuing to guide which way the bubble blows out using this stack of newspapers. So for the most part, of course, to shape our glass, we are using a lot of gravity shaping. So we're hanging the glass down towards the floor, stretching it out. And the person who designed these pieces, by the way, his name is Ben Beres. Beres. Yeah, that was correct. He's sitting on the table right here, closer to the right side of the hot shop. And this is the last day of his residency. So all the stuff you see out, these were made over the past few days of the residency, or maybe the last time he was here at the Museum of Glass, about 6 years ago, he said. So he's been working with glass on and off for a while. But he does a lot of printmaking or vitreography, which is why we have a lot of lettering on the pieces. And that's why some of the lettering is backwards. It has to be backwards for when you're doing printmaking, then it prints forwards. So now we're spot heating the bottom using this handheld torch. And I've already pointed this out to a few people earlier, but this is a super hot item that we're using right now. That bright blue flame kind of points it out, but this can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're using it to basically just heat up the very, very end of the bubble, I assume, to flatten it. For a piece of glass to stand on its own, we'll usually flatten the bottom unless we have some sort of contraption to hold it upright when it's finished, such as a sculptural item like a fish will usually be held up by some sort of wire support. So to flatten the bottom, we're using a graphite paddle this time. Sometimes we'll use our wooden paddles. Now, graphite's an interesting material. It's a little bit more insulating than our metal tools, but it's not going to burn away like wood. So now we just have to keep the piece overall warm. So we'll torch any areas that are cold or cooling down faster than other sections. And every now and then we'll go back inside of the heat and give our piece an overall heat. And in the meantime, Sarah's going to be preparing a second pipe with some clear glass on the end, basically as an attachment. We'll eventually bring it over and attach it to the bottom of our piece. Yeah, so there will be moments like this every once in a while where we are just keeping the piece warm. And this is really important. We're preventing thermal shock. If the glass were to drop too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then it would start to crack. So we have just brought that pipe over and attached it to the bottom of our piece. We'll create a divot in this connection as well, just making it easier to break off later on. And technically we have this small pocket of air trapped between the pipe and the bottom of the piece where we just connected it. We sculpted that clear glass into kind of this bowl or crown shape before attaching it. And then we will apply a little bit of water to our original jack line, to our jack line in general. And just like that, we have popped our piece off. And if anyone wants to check out more of our visiting artist artwork, once again, Ben Beres, we do have all these pieces on display, but we also have some pieces available in our store. I think some of them are smaller, some of them are larger, so you'll see a little variety there. Yeah, our store is basically like another gallery. There's a lot of artwork in there. So after breaking that piece off from its original pipe, the glass has cooled down a little bit, so we're just hanging out in there and gathering a ton of heat within the piece. And usually after breaking it off from its first pipe, we will trim some of that glass off. That break isn't always perfectly even, and we want the opening of the piece to be a little thinner usually. So Gabe is going in with some tweezers, and he's pulling more than he is pinching right here. He's just kind of stretching that area out. And then he'll go in with a pair of shears, usually. Oh, this time a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. He's going to squeeze down and create a divot in that low point. And that excess glass is simply knocked off onto the floor. And now we have our perfect opening. And for anyone who recently joined in, we are working on finishing off this piece right here. There's a lot of depth in the design. This is a multi-day project. And what was done is we essentially just started with a cup of glass. It has kind of these tall walls and a rounded bottom. And this cup had 2 layers of colored glass on it. And they etched through that top layer of color to reveal the second layer underneath, which is how they got this lettering on the glass. And we did this project a couple of times earlier today as well. We still have a couple more after this one to finish off. And then we basically just picked up that designed glass on the end of a pipe and continued working with it today, blowing it out into its final form. So this is the final form that we are seeing. It looks like we're getting pretty close to the shape that we want. So it looks like they're happy with the shape of this piece, so they're getting ready to break it off and put it away. And this is going to include torching that clear glass that's connected to the pipe until they see some movement in that connection. And then they will apply some water to that divot in that connection, crack that glass, pop it off, basically. And when we break pieces off in the hot shop, we will usually break them off at the bench and carry them to be put away in the annealer, which we are going to put this in the annealer on the right wall, by the way, so that large black box over there. It's sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and I know that sounds pretty toasty, but for glass, this is a very happy medium temperature. It's going to prevent it from melting or moving any further, but also prevent it from cooling too quickly and breaking from thermal shock. So now Gabe dips his tweezers in some water and applies this to the clear glass. And then hopefully with just the tap of a pipe, it'll pop right off. And that was a clean break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And this is placed upright in a ring mold sitting inside of that annealer, safe and sound. And this is going to cool down overnight for about 12 hours, and we'll see it again tomorrow. Now, we do have an artist talk coming up at 1 p.m. Our visiting artist who designed these pieces of glass is going to be talking about his artwork and himself as an artist. And I'll check in and see exactly what will be going on for the next 30 minutes until then. And so I'll update you in just a moment. In the meantime, could I have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? So the slideshow that you'll see on the screen pretty soon is going to show off some of Ben's previously made artworks. This includes a lot of his printmaking, aka vitreography, and some of his performance art, and also some of his glass art. He has been working, kind of dabbling in glass for about 6 years, it sounds like. Yeah, could we have Ben's slideshow up on the screen, please? So the patterning that we have been working with, I tried to describe to you guys earlier. We start with basically this cup-shaped piece of glass with these tall walls, and it has 2 layers of color on it, right? And then you carve through those layers of color to reveal the layer underneath, and that's how we get that really sharp design for the lettering. So we're actually going to be creating a blank for one of those. So we're going to create the cup itself with the 2 layers of color. And then what we do is we let that cool down overnight, And then once again, they'll carve through the surface to reveal that second layer of color underneath. So we do technically have 2 more of those sitting in here with the lettering on them already made. They're just staying warm at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit as well. So we should be picking up and working with those later today. And there are some that we will see eventually that have air bubbles trapped inside of them. And this is something I haven't seen yet, but apparently they have it in the store right now. Some of Ben's artwork that has those air bubbles trapped inside of the piece. So if you want to see that second technique, they call it Ariel, then check that out. So all of our glass projects start with a clear glass bubble, and then we have to add color through various ways. And the way that we usually apply color is we'll take a solid piece of colored glass that starts as something called color bar. We'll melt it down completely and then drop it on top of that clear bubble and kind of spread it over top to create a solid layer of color across the clear. So if you look at cross sections of a piece, say you were to slice it open, you would be able to see layers of color sandwiched between layers of clear. And if we have multiple layers of color, then you'll see like clear, color, clear, color. It's really cool to see. And in between layers of clear and colored glass, we always let that previous layer cool down. So Trent is sitting here, kind of standing, hanging out, just letting the glass cool by the air, sucking the heat out of it. Oh, and these up on the screen, apparently, I think some of these are for sale that Ben has brought in. So there we have just gathered another layer of clear glass, which if you haven't seen this process already, I'll point out this fresh molten clear glass is coming from that glass furnace. There's a giant ceramic crucible holding molten glass. And it's sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of the texture of honey. So if we were to angle the pipe downward, the glass towards the floor, that glass would be able to just drip off the end of the pipe, which is why we're constantly turning. If we stop turning, then the piece falls off center or the glass literally drips onto the floor, depending on what stage we're in. Also, they have disappeared around the corner, but luckily we have a camera view of what they're doing. So they've gone to the powder booth. So apparently we're not using the solid color that I was thinking of. Instead, we're using a powdered colored glass. This is colored glass that has been pounded, ground down into a really fine texture. And we can sprinkle it or roll the clear glass inside of it to pick it up. And this will create a pretty smooth layer of color, especially if we get layer after layer after layer on top of each other. So off to the color booth or powder booth again. Yeah, I just want to check in and see how many of you guys have had a chance to see the slideshow of Ben's previous work. If you haven't had a chance, you just like shake your head and maybe I'll play it. No, you haven't? Okay. Yeah, let's just see Ben's slideshow real quick. It's a relatively long slideshow, but it shows off a ton of his work. He has done a lot of printmaking. He has done a lot of performance art. So there's going to be a variety of work in this slideshow. So now we have just working with this glass at the center bench. We used a block, which is basically this wooden spoon-shaped tool to kind of smooth, even that glass out and even the heat out. And we're just now starting to blow this out. And this is pretty quick. There's surprisingly not a lot of force involved with blowing the glass out. It's not like blowing up a balloon where you're really pushing. The glass is soft, so you don't want to fight too hard. Otherwise, it can just could blow out super thin, and it's not really fixable. And next we go in with the jacks, these two metal blades, to create our jack line. This divot in the glass is where we'll break the entire piece off once we have our overall shape. And once again, the overall shape that we're going for is basically this straight-walled cup. It has pretty long, tall shape, and it's going to stay a rounded bottom. So it's not like a cup you would drink out of necessarily, but it's just a cup shape with a rounded bottom. And next, a small bit of clear is brought over and attached right to the center, the end of the bubble. And this is going to be flattened down, basically just creating this small pad of clear on the end of our piece. And this is where we will attach another pipe a little bit later on to break this entire piece off of its original pipe, basically transfer it. And just to point out once again, earlier you remember we were sprinkling that powder onto the surface of the glass. So that means the color is basically directly on, well, not basically, literally directly on the surface of the glass. So when the glass is carved or sandblasted, etched into, it's going to be easier to get through that layer of color. If it were under a layer of clear, like it usually is, it'd be a lot harder to get through. Also, we will be having that artist talk pretty soon here, right after they finish this piece.
And the one thing this way a little? Yeah. I'd like to be able to grab this. Oh yeah. This is great. You can move it wherever, and if you need to take it off, you can. Okay. But you don't need to. Our microphones are very directional, so you got to keep it really close. Yeah. And then I'm also going to Sakakini. For recording purposes. What's that? All right. Yeah, yeah.
So we have just attached another pipe right on top of that pad of clear that we created. And to break the piece off from its original pipe, we apply some water and then tap the pipe and it pops right off. So from here, we'll be able to actually start opening this up. And the goal is just to have these nice straight walls. There's really nothing else we need to do from there. So. So they have fully opened that cup up. And whenever they finish this piece of glass, by the way, this is going to be set aside in the annealer on the right wall. So far over on the wall, that large black box, this is going to sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And we, at the end of the day, will press a button to slowly cool everything at once inside of there, which it's probably going to be pretty full by the end of the day. We've been working really fast. And that's going to slowly cool for about 12 hours, which is preventing thermal shock. So we won't see these pieces again until at least tomorrow. So now we're just continuously heating up that area where the piece is connected to the pipe. And then once we see some movement in that connection, then we will apply some water, crack that connection, and then pop it off. And then Trent, using those Kevlar gloves, will carry it over to be put away. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And now we will have our artist talk. Ben is going to talk about his artwork after a quick introduction.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy International Museum Day. Thank you for spending it, I know, for all of those who celebrate, me included. My name is Katie Buckingham. I'm our curator here at Museum of Glass. I'm delighted to introduce this week's visiting artist, Ben Beres. The museum has one of the most vibrant residency programs on the West Coast. We invite between 35 and 45 artists a year here to spend 5 days in the hot shop working with our professional hot shop team. During the week, they get to experiment with new ideas, make work, try new things, and they get to keep everything they make. So it is an exciting opportunity for us to invite artists like Ben into the conversation that is glassmaking. Are any of you guys members? Great. You guys can watch on the live stream anytime, come back, be a member. It's a great way to get to see artists like Ben, who's been here more than once. Ben is a Seattle-based artist who has been printmaking for the past 2 decades. He focuses on creating detailed works through the processes of etching on copper, vitreography, glass, and public performance. We first had Ben here for a residency with his collaborative trio, Sutton Beres Color, in 2019. And since then, I think it's fair to say it helped you embark on an experimentation with glass that has culminated this week. Ben teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts and vitreography at Pilchuck Glass School. As I mentioned, he's 1/3 of Sutton Beres Color, a conceptual art trio that has produced sculpture, performance, and art here in the Northwest for the past 20 years. He's represented by Davidson Galleries if you're looking for one of his fabulous prints, and you can find his glass here at the museum store. He is here this week thanks to a People's Choice Award that he won while supporting the museum at our annual auction this week. And it's been a real joy to watch him bring his creativity to the Hot Shop. And I'm so excited for you guys to get to hear from him. So without further ado, I'm excited to introduce Ben. And thank you all for being here.
Thanks. Thanks, Katie. Can you hear me all right? I have a little bit of allergy, so I kind of feel like I sound nasally. It's really awesome to be here. It's such an honor and really a blessing to be here and have this amazing team making work for me. So I've been out of school for 25 years now, really been working nonstop. Since then, I've got a wide array of work, and I'm going to kind of go over a little bit of a lot of it. So I started with this team, with my team, Sutton Bears Color. We went by our last names. When we first started, people were like, don't get used to it, collaboratives don't last. And we started seeing ourselves as a family. And so we just went to JCPenney and Sears and started taking family portraits. And this was a nice balance to creating really large-scale sculptures, installations. This was fun work for us. We took our dads in, had them photographed. It's kind of crazy. Someone thought we photoshopped this. There's another one. We just took the shirts right off the rack at JCPenney, but really started to explore family and how to work with these photos. Our first public piece, one of our first grants, this is a piece called Trailer Park. We didn't have a gallery, so we took the projects out into the world. We were kind of eschewing the white walls, and we wanted things to kind of be in people's faces, and you have to kind of decide what it is. This is a piece called The Island. We were dressed as shipwrecked businessmen, floated off of 520. And we were out there. We're going to be there for around a week, but the wind picked up, and we kind of had to be rescued from our desert island. But we caused quite a stir. We were on the news. It's a helicopter shot. But we were mostly just hanging out, drinking rum out of coconuts, having fun, trying to not be so serious with our art practice. There's a couple of houses on Capitol Hill that were getting demolished, and we made 12,000 feet of custom ratchet straps. So it's kind of like drawing in space. There were a bunch of other projects through Mad Art that did this, but it was really fun to kind of ratchet these two houses together. This is a project in Louisville, Kentucky. Our budget was pretty small, so we had to source objects however we could, as cheaply as we could. So we found all this stuff free on Craigslist and on the side of the road or at garage sales after they were done. And it was a really interesting way of creating a portrait of a community through its refuse. This is kind of a portrait of us building it. This is a project called Big Top Grandstand. This is at Nuit Blanche in Toronto, and we took the language of the state fair, pop-up food things, and just took all the language off of it and made this totem and looked at it as color and sculpture. And really people were like, what does it sell? What does it mean? They really wanted it to be something else. And it's one of the things that's kind of stuck through our career is shifting the way you look at it just a little bit on what it is, what it means, and why it's there. Questioning whether things are art or not. It then went to Mass MoCA at North Adams, Massachusetts, which is an amazing installation museum. All those people are not there to see our work. They were there for a Wilco concert, but I like pretending like they were there. This was a project at the Fry Art Museum, and it had another life. We were asked to make work responding to how living and working as an artist in Seattle is, and we kind of thought of this progress with this region, no matter what it means for the structure of where you're at. So progress at all costs, even though it's actually destroying the museum floor. There's a scale for you. And they were blinking up and down the whole time. It now lives in a hotel in Oklahoma City. We turned those into backpacks, so we call this the Department of Bearing and Orientation. And we basically just go around and point at things. But we were asked to go to Serbia, and we walked this giant procession across the Danube into the Old Town for the start of a festival. And then we ended up doing street traffic and just pointing out things that we thought were interesting. These are super fun. We had cards, and then we've done this at the Viaduct, at Redmond Lights, and we're going to be doing it again downtown Seattle this next fall. This is a piece in downtown Seattle called The Wanderer, and we were asked to respond to the site in a way that's interesting from right up front, and then also 40 miles an hour driving by it. So it's on South Lake Union, and we just imagine the sea serpent kind of crawling out of the sea and heading towards downtown. It kind of sleeps during the day, and at night it wakes up and has 37 different lighting programs, and so it's always different. We'll like drive by, I'm like, ooh, it's on its purple one. But it kind of has a different personality with the different lights. So we're going to shift, and we're going to do some shifting every now and then. By doing all these things out in the public, we started doing some performance, and I really got interested in, you're making a painting, you're making a print or sculpture, and you don't have a real interaction with the crowd. And so we just started doing things out in the street. I hung in a bag for 6 hours. This was called Escape Artist, where for about 6 hours I tried to escape very slowly from this plaster block. I made shoes and walked around the city, effectively creating a drawing around the city. Those remnants stayed for quite a while. And this one was really trusting the public to help me get out. Having passerby just saying, hey, can you help me get out of this mess I've gotten myself into? This is called Rainbow Sherbet, and I get about 3 gallons of ice cream and go out on really sunny days and just eat it. It's really fun and absurd. I turned the corner one time and this little girl looked at me and was like, oh, and I was like, when you're an adult, you can do anything you want. I think her dad was like, oh, man. So we started getting into the performance side and then pushing that into photos, more stage things for like the finished document. This one was called Have You Seen Patches? This is the Duwamish River, which is a super fun site. This is me begging for bananas as a monkey. Barely in Need. Wearing a tux next to the side of the road. This is a protest, and I used, kind of ties back into some of my printmaking, where it's just covered in text, front and back. So just kind of having a lot to say. And I'm always like, protest signs have 2 sides. You can use both of them, so look for that. And then this is called Rainbrella, and I would go out on really sunny days and have a hose attachment at the base, and I can have it come up. And when people come up and ask what I'm doing, I'm like, I'm just having a really bad day. That was my only explanation. Coloring myself in different colors. This is performing with some bands. Wandering around the streets of Omaha. I don't know what I was doing there. And then this is a character called Orange Man, and he comes out to play and really is a nice contrast to the gray skies in Seattle. It's a way to like loosen up and go interact with people in the street. It's super fun to play with props like big umbrellas and balloons, and it's really like a form of street clowning, and it's just really, really fun. I was at Bumbershoot 2 years ago, posing with some fans. So this shifts into a project that the 3 of us have done called Mini Mart City Park, and it is an old gas station in the Georgetown neighborhood, and is an environmental remediation project. When we first found it, it looked like this. It was kind of abandoned and had a big plume of gasoline underneath it. We reimagined it as an art space and got a grant from an organization called Creative Capital. I could give like a 2-hour lecture on this project alone, so we'll just glance over some of the highlights. But we're an active nonprofit right now. We're actively remediating the soil beneath our feet. We have monthly art shows and a bunch of sculptural elements with the building. We just got solar panels installed, so we're actually generating power from this former gas station. And it's a really beautiful space, and I encourage you to check it out and go to some of our events. On July 12th, we have a really big street party. And there's an environmental system inside it that is actually blowing air down and cleaning the soil every single day. So it really just off-gasses through a charcoal filter. And there's a lot to learn about this and talk about, but all that stuff is on our website as well. So the three of us fell in love with making objects. That's how we met. We met in the sculpture lab at Cornish College of the Arts and started taking everyday objects and turning them into bronze, kind of elevating them into really beautiful objects, saying like, this is something that you walk by a million times. Let's elevate it into something more collectible, beautiful, that important bronze art form. There's a cast banana. A lot of these kind of things where people will buy them and then put them in their house, and it kind of tricks people. Disco ball. I really love this piece. Cans of dirt. Plunger, which is starting to become a theme. And then we were lucky enough to have a residency at Pilchuck Glass School in 2016, and we made a bunch of these kind of similar objects out of glass, just kind of taking a different material and pushing it towards the other way, where it is precious, but it's also very breakable. This is a plunger we made here with the help of Gabe and Sarah and Ben, and these are kind of fitting with those objects where people are like, is this art? What is this? This was at an art fair, and someone walked by, and they're like, what, I could just put a plunger in an art gallery and call it art? And we're like, well, it's actually glass and made by some of the best artisans in the world. But if you want to do that, you can try. This is a big, giant screw we made. It was really awesome. An axe. There it is in process. This is about 6 years ago, almost exactly. Sarah had a different haircut. And then printmaking. So how do I get from printmaking into the glass? This is some of my early work where I'm purging any images I can think of or text, like writing. I didn't have a focus of what to say. I just had a lot to say, so I'm just really pushing it out. This is called Artist Statement. It's 9 by 12, but thousands of words. There it is close. And I'm also learning to write backwards at this point. Letters are just shapes, so just start learning how to flip that. This is called Conversation Piece. It's only 4 inches by 6 inches, but really, really small. And I used to have good eyesight, so that's the plate. Yeah, I can't read it now. And then this is a bigger plate that I worked on for about a year. So this is all copper etching, really scribing into metal. Worked on this for about a year. This is the final image. It's about 28 by 32, and you can just zoom in. And I'm really wanting you to, be drawn into something. I look at a lot of art, I talk about art, I teach art, and there's a lot to see. And I want my pieces to grab you and, pull you in and have interesting things to look at. If you buy this, you can see something new every day if it's in your place. And this is called Crop Circles and Killer Bees. And it's just this form of text where you kind of make a line, it's a top and a bottom, make a block, and then pull the letter out. And that has translated into a lot of my vessels now. This was done in the late 90s. More of these are 6 inches. Really looking at text as pattern. So not necessarily people are always like, what does it say? I'm not going to sit here and read you 2 hours of my stream of consciousness, but I want you to kind of see it from far and then have it draw you in. This is called Time Machine. And these are all pretty small, 4 by 6 up to 9 by 12. Objects, bones falling from the sky. And I have these 3-word poems that I've been enjoying doing. So it's thinking, thin, and king. Pleasure. And I'm doing a lot of different techniques in the copper here to get texture. There's sugar lift, soft ground, messy tint, aqua tint, and really marring the surface of the copper and figuring out how these small tolerances can hold ink and hopefully look interesting. My ship is sailing. That was Rodachenko wrote in his diary as he was about to die, and I've always thought that's such an elegant way of looking at passing. Tender says your last day on Earth. Here's part of the way that you can create it with the sugar lift, and so that's a resist. And so there's a lot of this kind of prep that has echoes of the glass. I'm watching them make moves that I don't understand it, and then it's oh, that's to eventually get to the end. And so this is an early stencil. Manifesto, scratch that itch. And by kind of chopping these words up, it has a different cadence. It gives you something to kind of have to figure out. So while at Pilchuck, they were like, oh, we have a printmaking studio. And I was like, awesome, I'm going to bring all my copper. And they're like, nope. We do glass. We do vitreography. And I was like, why? Everything doesn't have to be in glass. But as I learned it, there's some really cool things that vitreography can do. And so this is vinyl on glass and then sandblasted. So this is painstakingly putting one letter at a time down and then sandblasting it away, taking all the vinyl off, and then it holds the ink. Other vitreography. And so that is this kind of same exact buttercut on glass, and that's a resist that we sandblast. So as I'm doing this, I'm like, oh, you can do that on a vessel. People do that on vessels, and this is how we kind of make the jump here. This is more vitreography. It gives a really nice way of printmaking where you can do an intaglio wipe and wipe ink in, and then also roll over the top, so you're getting multiple colors on the same plate, which copper etching doesn't do that as well. A lot of the stuff is stream of consciousness. This is and song lyrics that I love and that have stuck with me. This is victory, sweet, even deep in the cheap seats. Through the fire, through the flames. And there's the plate. You can kind of see rolling right over that. And then the vitreography gives a really beautiful embossing. So these are almost kind of sculptural. And there's a big plate that I'm working on at Pilchuck with some of my students. And it's painstaking. This is a really big vitreography print. And there it is. And this is kind of a conversation with the viewer about, where is this? Did you buy this? Is this in a museum? And so it's a conversation back and forth with the viewer, and I like seeing people try and like decipher it. So here's some of like dollar store glass, or like going to Goodwill and getting the cheapest stuff and just running these little tests. But when you put a light in it and it's backwards text, it projects it out so you can read it. So there are some really cool visuals that come of it. And so then now I'm like just covering any glass I have. Our kitchen is a mess. It's just covered in text, everything. But then also like when people are drinking, they're like kind of like drinking it down lower so they can read it. And there's some of these in the gift shop if you're so inclined. But I really love how the candles kind of dance around and the words kind of move. Here's a piece we did here. There you are, Gabe. So these are really fun. And then, I'm doing this on cheaper glass, so it's been really amazing to come here and get experts working on these pieces. I've been learning a lot more about the color and the sifting and like doing things. I think they're a little annoyed when I'm like throwing the frit on, throwing the powder, and doing just trying to play with the color, and we were getting some really cool results with it. This was an award for Tipper Gore. I had a picture of her, but it didn't make in there. She's like holding it. It was really cool to see. More of these vessels, starting to work with some of the metallics, so it has like a shine on it, as well as like when the light's in it, bounces around. It's been really amazing to translate the text in 3 dimensions. It was in a museum in Whatcom County Museum, and watching people try and read it as they walk around while it's in a vitrine has been interesting. A lot of them are about where I'm at, what's happening like in the moment. If I'm on a residency, or the one that's covered in buttercut right there is like, I think it starts out with like hot shop days in the city of destiny, and like talking about the experience of being here right now. And so they're little like moments in time, kind of a time capsule. And they're just taking off the buttercut. I hate doing that. Some more of them. I've made a lot of these. That one's right there. And this one was a little bit different, kind of going back to some of that early print, doing these images, except each one of these is about my dad, and each image, conversation, or like song lyric is something that he loved. He passed a couple years ago, so this is a nice honor for him, and that one's sitting right over there. So when you're a teacher, you get to pull on these threads at times. Someone was like, a couple years ago, was like, do you have a marble paper? And I was like, no, I think we have some of this stuff here. So we started marbling, and I just got a little bit addicted to it, and really trying to discover more about this art that's 600-700 years old. There's Japanese versions, there's Chinese versions, and there's a Turkish version called Ebru, and I'm kind of mixing them all together. And so this is kind of I want to walk you through how I make them. So I'm marbling the paper. There's a Japanese version and a Turkish version, probably a couple layers of both. And then I print out or hand cut vinyl. and then I put it onto plexiglass. And so this is basically going to create a stencil for me. And then I get the ink to my desired consistency. I put a lot of base in it so you can see that marbling through. And then I ink it up and then painstakingly peel off the sticky, inky vinyl. And I've created a stencil, basically. So then I put that through the press with the marble paper, and then it comes out like that. So it's pretty straightforward, but it took a while to get there. And I really love these pieces, mixing up words again. And I have like hundreds of these. A lot of them are kind of some sorrowful musing and thoughts, things that have happened in the last couple of years, but trying to take something that's like kind of darker and sadder and then mixing it with really bright, colorful, happy colors and trying to kind of like see how those two things can merge. It's been an interesting exercise in like, how do I work through something without like making sad boy art? You know, but I think it's working. I like the other thing about printmaking, which I love, is doing the you know, there's an addition, there's multiples, and so these are all totally unique. And I like to do, you know, one-offs. So this is a good one for sorrow. It says falling apart. A lot of hand cut. So this is like putting out a big sheet of vinyl. This is maybe like 18 inches by 18 inches, and just cutting, and then you've got to peel it all off. Those are like a lot of time invested. Doing different techniques. There's a Spanish wave in there. I'm starting to throw glitter in, and it's been cool. I went to Istanbul last year to learn a little bit, and really picking up new techniques, doing patterns. I really love this piece. You know, when you've got a mantra and you're saying it over and over and over, and it starts to become pattern in your life. This was a commission for someone's kitchen. But I've really been enjoying playing with color and then getting into the glass more, like back into color, because a lot of my etchings have been like black and white, like making iconic pieces, and then just little fun word plays. And so we're off in a couple days, like 40 hours to Istanbul for 6 weeks to go learn more marbling, and I'm super excited to dig into that process more. So that was a lot. I thank you for listening, but that's about it. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Does anybody have any questions for our fabulous visiting artist?
Vetri. Thank you. I mean, 2016 was the first time I laid hands on glass, and so much of it has been actually having other people do it for me. And then I get to like have these stretched canvases for me, and I get to say whatever I want. But this world is fun. Like the glass world is like, you've got the very expensive and the chandeliers and the goblets all the way down to like, you know, Morgan Peterson's work or like really funny, cheeky stuff. And like, there's room for all types. Like it's just fun and interesting to do something that I hope is a little bit different than other people are doing, and still sticking with like kind of my own themes and vibes. Yes, Mrs. Fisher. How old am I? I will be turning 49 in June. I am not married, but I have a lovely partner. She's sitting over there. Yes, Pat.
No way.
She's stand-in mother. All the way from Gig Harbor. All right. Well, thanks again to the museum, and this team is incredible. So awesome to be back here. The first year I was a little intimidated, and I didn't really know many people. Hey. And then, like, 6 years later, we're totally friends, and it's really fun to be able to boss your friends around and they have to listen. So, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Ben. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody. Okay, so Ben and the team are going to take a well-deserved lunch break, and they'll be back in about half hour, 45 minutes. Strongly encourage you to check out the galleries. If you'd like to own your very own Ben Beres, you can head to our store and get a cute little cup like from his lecture. But I'm also here to answer any questions you might have about the museum or the galleries. And if not, thank you guys so much for coming, and we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. We are going to continue on some projects that are kind of similar to what we were seeing earlier. And I know you guys might not have been here earlier, so I will describe from the beginning. And to start us off, I just want to point out we have visiting artist Ben Beres up in the front right here with me. Everyone else around us is basically our resident Hot Shop team. They'll help any visiting artists that come through like today. And this is the last day of Ben's residency, so we're getting as much done as we can. We're going to see at least 2 more projects finished by the end of the day. And this piece that we're going to see them work on is a multi-day project. So the way that they start these is they will make a sort of blank, kind of the shape of a cup with a rounded bottom, like I'm holding right here. And there will be a layer of color on the very surface, or maybe even 2 layers of color, that they will carve through to reveal the layers of color underneath or the clear underneath. And using that layering and that carving, they can create specifically this lettering that you're seeing on some of these various pieces. These are not exactly the same as what we will see. The lettering has a little bit more physical depth this time, and we are going to use that depth in an interesting way. We will be adding glass on top of it to trap small pockets of air inside. So that's what we can expect to see today. It's a pretty complicated process and project, so feel free to ask any questions if you have any throughout the process, whether it's questions about our visiting artists or questions just about the glass. So yeah, I'll just kind of follow along. Yeah. So we already have 2 layers of clear glass on the end of our pipe, and this is how we usually will start our projects, is just by getting some clear glass on the end of our pipe, and then we'll apply color in various ways. This time, I believe we are going to leave it clear. I could be wrong, but we want to be able to see the patterning and the lettering and the bubbles underneath the glass, so it's going to be clear or at least transparent, what we put on top. So for those who just joined in, we have a pretty complicated project ahead of us. I want to point out our visiting artist, Ben Beres, over on the table there. He's carving at another piece well, I guess specifically he's carving at this sort of rubber layer that's stuck to the surface of the glass. And what this does is, once he peels away any negative space, he can then sandblast the glass, and it's going to leave behind the lettering in the original glass color and texture. So he's preparing one of those right now while we're simultaneously working on a completely different project in the hot shop. And in the front here, we have this box that we're preheating a piece of glass inside of. Eventually, we'll bring that piece of glass out and be able to combine these two pieces of glass. And I haven't seen it yet, but apparently it's been carved relatively deeply. So when we cover up this piece of colored glass with our clear layer of glass that we're preparing at the center bench, it's going to trap air bubbles in between those two layers. And that's the idea behind this piece specifically. So we have just used the jacks, those two metal blades, to create a jack line. This divot in the glass, that's the jack line. This is our breaking point. So later on, once we finish the overall shape of this clear bubble and we attach it to the rest of our piece, then we'll be able to break it off at that mark. And yeah, the blowing can be pretty easy to miss because it happens pretty quickly. But whenever somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them actually blowing air into the glass and expanding it like a balloon. Yeah, so just to give a couple of, point out a couple of things. The tank that you were pointing out is the one with the closed door, right? Yeah. So that one's our glass furnace, and it literally holds a crucible filled with molten glass inside of it, which is why when we go inside of there, everything's glowing brightly all of a sudden. We have more material on the end of our pipe. Meanwhile, these ones are the open faces. Those ones are just for reheating. So whenever we go inside of those, it may start to glow brighter, but we're just trying to make the glass malleable. We're not getting any new material. And the molten glass, when it comes fresh out of that tank, it's sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way, which is supposedly hotter than some lavas. It's really impressive. And it's a soda lime glass, so it has soda ash, limestone, and then, of course, mostly silica sand, as all glasses are. Also, to help you guys better understand this process, I have a video that is kind of similar in some ways to what you'll see pretty soon. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So what we will be doing down on the hot shop floor is called a Swedish overlay. And the way that it works is they will take that clear bubble of glass and they will push it onto the top of the dome or bubble of this colored cup of glass that Sarah has just brought out. It might be a little bit hard to picture right now, but essentially you push that bubble against the top of the other bubble and then it slowly folds open backwards, essentially, and that means that we will have to break it off of that pipe as well. You'll see it all play out in front of you, so no worries. So pretty soon here, what Gabe has is going to be attached to the opening of that cup that Sarah has, which will create just a single bubble on the end of that pipe. So now after attaching that cup to the end of that blowpipe, we have a complete bubble on the end of our pipe. It's completely sealed. We can work with it like a normal bubble of glass as if we started it on the end of the pipe. And pretty soon, we will be combining those two pieces of glass together. And I think that there are some new people who joined here and there, so I just want to point out one more time the way that this patterning was achieved. So this glass, let me look again. This glass has a layer of clear for the most part. It's mostly clear glass, and it has a thin layer of that really rich, transparent red on the surface. And they let this cool down in that normal cup shape. And then they cold worked the surface of the glass, basically grinding or sandblasting through the surface of that red, which revealed the clear underneath, essentially. So that's how we get that really nice, sharp imaging for the surfaces of these pieces. And then, of course, we picked it up and heated it up again today to blow it out into a final piece. Now, there's this little bit of clear on the end from where it was attached to that previous pipe, so we just heated that up and took it off real quick, if anyone was wondering what they were doing. So, as for color itself, just colored glass in general, that comes from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into a regular clear glass mixture, usually when it's in its sand form still. So it's not like a witch's brew or just like dumping ingredients into a molten pot. It's like a big barrel of sand, and they kind of shake it up, and then they melt it all together. And then this is usually formed into solid bars of color, but for this residency, to get a really thin layer of color, they're using a powdered form, so just crushed really fine and then sprinkled onto the surface. That's what I was seeing today anyways. They could have done something different for some of these specifically, but you can almost see a little bit of graininess with this one, for example. That was definitely powder. So they let that colored glass get pretty cold. They brought over that clear bubble of glass, and they've pushed it directly onto the front or the surface of this piece. And they'll just break this away from its original pipe. So just like that, we have our two pieces connected. Now they have to go through the process of going inside of that clear bubble all the way from this far angle, and then slowly kind of changing the angle and pushing it back onto the entire rest of the bubble. It's a really big and difficult process. It's a lot of effort. And they make everything look really easy, but these guys, they all have between 20 and 30 years of experience. It's kind of the average amount for the resident team here. So these two blades right here, you saw us using some metal blades earlier. These are similar, but these are two wooden blades called the pachofis. So we will actually use the tips of these wooden blades to push on the inside of that clear bubble, and it's going to avoid any gouging or scraping that the metal blades could cause and really allow us to push this glass in the direction we want. Yeah, there's color overlays, and then there's this Swedish overlay, and I'm sure there's many other things that you could do as well, but oh, I could go on for hours and never end. So it's a little hard to see from this angle, but Gabe has flared this open so much that he basically just has a small disc of clear left. Oh yeah, and we're just using these wooden paddles at the moment to shield Gabe's arm and hand. He's really close to the glass, and this glass is always above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, kind of under 2,000, but there's a lot of heat radiating off of this piece. So it looks like we're gathering a layer of clear over top of everything. And immediately going to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe. This is just a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. And we'll see how it looks when they come back to the bench. They'll sit down and they'll use a block, which is basically a wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even out all this glass. So glass, well, this glass specifically in this hot shop that we use is made out of silica sand, soda ash, and limestone. So it's a soda lime glass. But there are other types of glass, like when you go through the galleries, there are all these insects right now, which are really impressive to me, like beetles. Those are made out of borosilicate glass, which is the same type of glass as Pyrex and beakers. So it's strong and scientific. It's a little bit easier to work with on that smaller scale. And next we're using this pad, which if I haven't told you guys already, this is literally just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with a little bit of water. And this is as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. Also, since there have been so many new people who have joined in here and there, I want to show off some of Ben's artwork again. So could I have Ben's slideshow up on the screen? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, this slideshow will contain some of Ben's previously made artworks, such as some of his printmaking, like his vitreography, and then also some of his glass art, some of his performance art. And he also has a lot of large-scale installations that I learned a little bit about during his artist talk at 1 p.m. Oh yeah, and these are made out of glass. Yeah, some of them look realistic enough that you can't tell, but made of glass. So focusing back at the center bench, Gabe has just started on the jack line. So these two metal blades, which I briefly pointed out earlier, the jacks were squeezing down right near the pipe. And this is where we are going to break the piece off later on. Looks like we need a little bit more heat in there to be able to squeeze that divot deeper. And then we'll be able to continue blowing the rest of the piece out. And for those who just joined in, you missed the part where we got, I guess, we started with a design, but we actually have all these air bubbles stuck inside of the piece. You can imagine the piece started off like this with raised letters, textures, and then we pushed some clear glass over top, and it trapped air in between each of the letters. So we have those air bubbles right now. If you were to look closer, you'd be able to see almost a little bit of mirroring because of those gaps of air. Yeah, it's a pretty tricky technique. It was called a Swedish overlay, where we push that clear bubble on. We were using this torch earlier to just heat up the very bottom of the bubble, usually to flatten the bottom without affecting anything else on the piece. But I always like to share the temperature of this torch because it's very impressive. It can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that makes it the hottest item in the hot shop. I mean, you can tell because of how bright it is in the first place, but it helps us heat up small amounts of glass very quickly. And to flatten the bottom, Gabe is using a graphite paddle. So this is the same material as pencil lead, for example, graphite. It's very brittle, so it can crumble, but it's insulating like wood, and it's not going to burn like wood. So it's a very useful material in the hot shop. And to get a little bit more of a geometric shape for this base of the piece, we're sandwiching it kind of between the papers on the side and that paddle on the bottom. You can see that edge or that corner is much crisper now. So we'll do this for a lot of pieces for the bottom, assuming it's not got a rounded bottom, we will square it off, like these cylindrical shapes, for example. Yeah, they're using the torch right now to look through the glass and see the reflection of the bubbles inside. And yeah, this is pretty experimental. As you heard Gabe say earlier, this isn't something he's done before, and he's been blowing glass for about almost 30 years, I'm sure. Yeah, the people who have the most experience in here have just about 30 or a little bit more than 30 at this point. So at this point, we're just letting the piece sit and stay at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why we're heating it up every once in a while. And we don't want to get it too hot, otherwise we lose our shape. But in the meantime, Sarah's getting some clear glass on the end of another pipe, and she'll eventually bring this over and attach it to the center of the bottom of the piece. And this lets us transfer or break the piece off from its original pipe, so that we have access to the top side of the piece where we can start to open it up and kind of finish it off. Oh, and just to mention one more time, I know you've already seen all these pieces up in the front, but we do have even more of our visiting artists' work in the store, I assume, if it's not all sold. But we have some smaller pieces as well as some larger pieces. There are some candle cups, for example, which are really cool. They have reverse lettering on them, so when you light them up, it displays the lettering the correct way on the walls. That's kind of the idea behind a lot of these pieces. Is he's inspired by his printmaking. He's kind of bringing it into his glasswork. Now, we have just attached that pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece, and to break it away, we apply some water to that divot, which is cracking the glass from thermal shock, enough for it to pop right off. So we have just flipped the orientation of the piece, essentially. So now we are going to be able to open this up and finish it off. And based off of the trend or the pattern of the last pieces that we've seen so far today, I'm assuming they're not going to be altering the shape too much. They'll probably just open it up a little bit further. A lot of the pieces have ended up kind of a basket shape today, so in between kind of a bowl or a cup. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we have a really complicated piece we've been working on. And yeah, this is Ben Beres' work. He's our visiting artist today. And just to point him out to you specifically, someone who's crouched in the front, looking up close at this piece of his. So now we've heated up the front enough to start working with it. Gabe is going on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades. And Trent was pushing on the front of the piece with a wooden paddle. This is to kind of smooth and even out that glass in the front. So going on the inside of the piece, of course, is going to widen that opening a little bit, and that changes the shape of the outer wall. The outer wall is what we see for the most part. So he's switching between inside and outside to smooth and straighten things out, and then also make sure it's open enough. But we are almost there. And when we break this piece off, by the way, it's not like it's done quite yet. We can't just set it aside and let it cool in our room temperature air. Instead, we'll put it inside of this large black box over on the right wall. That's one of our annealers. And these stay at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll fill it up throughout the day. And then when we're finished, we press a button and it very slowly calms down for about 12 hours. And this all depends on the thickness of the glass. This one is a little bit thicker, so they could even cool it for 1 or 2 days before we're able to bring it out safely. And yeah, this is all just to avoid thermal shock, that entire cooling process. And then on top of that, where it's connected to the pipe right now, when we break it off, a little bit of clear glass is going to be left over on the bottom of the piece usually. So we'll have to go through a cold working process where we grind and polish the bottom of the piece. So a lot of these pieces have already gone through that process. And you can actually see right here, it's a little bit matte on top, for example, both of these pieces. That's exactly where they would be cold working the surface. So just like earlier, to break this piece off, we're applying a little bit of water to that connection point, and then we just tap the pipe, and that should pop off. And they're torching the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that might remain, and that piece is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Yep, so once again, we supposedly have one more of those to work with. I think it's the same thing where they're going to be trapping air and everything. We'll see. I'm sure that they need... Oh, I was going to say, though, they're probably going to take just a short water break. That was a lot of effort that they put into that piece. So I'll put up Ben's work on the screen again for you guys to look at if you haven't seen it already. That'll be up there. Once again, he does performance art, which you're going to see in the first part of the slideshow. He also does a lot of printmaking, and of course, he also does some glass art like you're seeing during this residency. And feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Once again, we'll see a piece kind of like the last one coming up pretty soon. So we have gotten started on our next piece already. If you were here for the last one, you might remember kind of the steps to this piece, but if not, don't worry, I will kind of give you a general overview right now. So first off, I was going to say, we have visiting artist Ben Beres. He's up in the front right here, talking to some audience members, but this is the last day of the residency. We're trying to get as much done as possible, and we have at least one more large piece that we're going to be making. Now, this piece is kind of hard to describe. We have a cup that is larger than this. It has a kind of a rounded bottom like this, and it's sitting inside of this box in the front, preheating up to almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And eventually we will pull that out, and we will push a clear bubble up against it and then roll that clear, completely covering up that cup. And what we're trying to do with that is this cup has lettering, kind of a raised lettering on it from deep sandblasting, just like the rest of these pieces. And we're trying to trap air bubbles in between the lettering using that clear bubble that Gabe is making right now. So I know that's a lot to take in. It's kind of hard to explain just by talking, but we don't have any video examples. We've only done it once today, and so you'll just kind of have to wait and see. But it's really fun to watch. And just to mention real quick, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and I'll come right over. Yeah, it could be questions for visiting artists who design these pieces that you see on display and see made in the hot shop, or it could be questions just about glass in general. Anything is fine. So the process that we're going through right now is we're just trying to get enough mass or enough clear glass to actually work with for this piece. So we're gathering a layer of clear, we're shaping it, we're blowing it out a little bit, and then we're letting it cool down. And then we do the process all over again. We're going to gather another layer of clear and blow this out a little bit more as well. The last one was a little bit small, so they are making the clear glass bubble much bigger this time. It looks like there's probably an air bubble. I'll pick that out real quick. So Gabe is just now starting the jack line for this bubble of clear glass. So this is where we'll break the bubble off when we're starting to apply it to our second bubble that has all the textures and colors on it. Yeah, once again, you'll just kind of have to wait and see how this Swedish overlay plays out. It's really interesting. And it happens pretty quick, too, to be honest. The largest part of the process, or the most time-consuming part, is when you're getting all the material you need to work with, because you have to wait for it to cool down in between layers. So now that we have it, it's going to start moving pretty quick. So now we'll start preparing to pick up that special cup of patterned glass out of that box in the front. So what we'll do is we'll prepare a pipe with some clear glass on the end, which Sarah has at the center bench, and she will essentially just stick it onto that cup of glass inside of that box and bring it out. And the box, by the way, right now is preheating up to a little bit over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That brings it up to a warm enough temperature that we can stick it inside of that heat without it breaking from thermal shock. If it were too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then it can actually crack from that extreme temperature change. Because that opening there is about 21 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, just about. So Sarah's picking up that cup right now in the front. And immediately into the heat, we want to make sure that this glass doesn't drop too much in temperature. And now they'll just prepare it to be attached to the clear glass that Gabe has been preparing over on the left. So what Gabe has been doing is he's created a collar of clear glass around the opening of the pipe, which means if you were to blow into the end of this pipe right now, that air would just pass all the way through. And this is important because once we attach that cup over top the end of the pipe, we'll now be able to blow into that cup as if it were just a normal glass bubble. So we're just heating up the area where the cup is going to be connected. So just like that, we now have our cup attached on the end of this pipe. And this one, unlike all the other ones we've been seeing today, instead of lettering, we have shapes, which is cool. So some imagery across this cup. has been sandblasted in. And right here, Gabe is using the metal table called the marver to push against that seam where the cup has been attached to that clear glass. We're just trying to smooth and even that out. And there's also this little nub of clear left on the end from where Sarah had it attached to that previous pipe. So we'll heat this up and kind of pick that extra clear glass off. Otherwise, it's going to be permanently attached underneath that clear bubble that we bring over. And it might sound like it wouldn't really affect anything because it's clear underneath clear, but since we have this layer of color, it would almost appear as like a pool or a divot where you add clear glass. Kind of hard to explain, but you'd be able to see it in the end result. So these guys are just perfecting everything before they move on. So Trent is heating up the front half of that clear bubble. And eventually this will be brought over and just quite literally pushed up against the end of our colored patterned cup. And next they break this clear glass away from its original pipe, which is going to reveal an opening into that clear glass bubble. So they'll go from the inside of that clear and slowly push it back all the way over that colored glass cup. And once again, the idea behind all this is they want to trap pockets of air inside of those imagery that was carved into the surface of the glass. And it creates almost a little bit of a mirroring appearance because there's air trapped inside of glass on either side. So first it looks like Gabe is slightly winding the opening using the jacks. Also, any little flames that you see inside, like there for a brief second there's a flame, there's actually wax coating those metal blades, and that wax was probably burning and falling into that opening. So it creates these really cool little flames. And now we'll use the pachofis pretty continuously. So instead of metal blades, we have these thicker, softer wooden blades. And we can use the tips of those blades and push from the inside without causing any gouging or scraping like the metal could. And yeah, for those who just joined in, we are doing something called a Swedish overlay, which is when we create a bubble of glass and push it onto another bubble of glass and then kind of invert that first bubble over top, which you'll see in just a second when we come back out, but we're already in the process of just pushing it back. So we've gotten it hot enough that we're able to continue using the pachofis. And you can see how we're really pushing with the tips of the blades right up against the bubble underneath. And that's slowly rolling that clear back. So we have almost completely rolled that clear back over top of that colored bubble underneath. So close. Just have a little disc of clear left. So now to fully push this clear back, Gabe is using the papers this time. Yeah, once again, this pad is literally just folded up newspaper soaked with water. And just like that, our clear glass has been fully rolled back. We now have that colored glass completely covered in a layer of clear, and we have all those air bubbles trapped in those gaps. You can see how shiny they are on the screen. That's perfect. Yeah, as for colors inside of glass, it's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the raw material, so the sand before it's even melted, kind of inside of this big drum. They mix all the materials together and then they melt it all together. And then it's usually formed into bars of solid color, which they then ship out. But there are so many different forms of applying color to our pieces. So a lot of these pieces, for example, they use powdered color, which you just kind of sprinkle onto the surface of the glass. Yeah, if you look close enough, you could see it's a little bit of almost a graininess within the pattern, but it's very, very smooth. You have to look super close to be able to see what type of coloring method they used. So yeah, we just gathered one more layer of clear over top of everything, which is why it was suddenly a little bit larger and of course a lot brighter. We just got brand new material. And yeah, once again, that fresh glass is at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, that layer underneath that they just gathered over top of stayed pretty solid. So right now, they're letting some of that heat go into the rest of the glass. And they're heating up any areas that are a little too cold using this large fluffy flame. So just like the furnaces, these torches also run off of natural gas. And based off of the last piece that I saw, they probably won't blow this out a ton. They'll leave the walls pretty thick. And I assume this is because if they were to blow it out, those air bubbles would get thinner and thinner, and they might even lose them. They might spread out and kind of disconnect from each other. So they're working with this glass pretty carefully, making sure their heats are exact and making sure they're just not blowing it out too much. So now that they've built up a little bit of heat near the pipe, Gabe is going in with the jacks and squeezing down. Once again, this is where we break the entire piece off of the pipe once they are finished with the shape on the lower half. Or just finished with the overall shape, really. And yeah, Gabe was just reiterating that they can't get it too hot and they can't blow it out too much. Otherwise, they risk kind of warping the shape of the bubbles or even completely messing the bubbles up. So they're just being really careful and taking it a little slow. And to flatten the bottom or just make the bottom of our piece in general, we're using a graphite paddle. And we'll usually push the bottom in just a bit until it's slightly concave. And the reasoning for this is if you try to make a piece completely flat on the bottom, it doesn't usually sit completely flat. It might rock a little bit, whether the surface of the table is uneven, even just has a little particle of dust, it will not sit flat. So instead, we basically create a concave shape, so there's only a ring of glass making contact with the table, and that sits much more flat and straight. And now they're just going to barely keep this piece of glass warm. And somebody's going to prepare a punty, which is basically just another pipe with some clear glass on the end as an attachment point. That'll be attached to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And the idea behind that is to basically just flip the orientation of the piece or get access to the other side of the piece. So now we've just attached that pipe. And once that connection has set up just a little bit and it's not so liquid and moving, then they will apply some water to that divot between the first pipe and the piece, and that water is going to drastically change the temperature enough to cause thermal shock and crack that connection. This lets us pop the piece right off. So most of the time when we're breaking a piece off of any pipe, we actually break that connection. Instead of cutting, instead of melting, we usually will quite literally just crack the glass. So there we are applying our water. And with the tap of a pipe, that popped off. I know. So now that we have flipped the orientation of the piece and we centered it with the pipe on the bottom, that's what we were doing just a moment ago. Now we are just heating up maybe this much of the front, and we'll start to open this up. I heard that Gabe is also going to be trimming some of the glass off, which in my opinion is very satisfying. They heat it up enough that it's almost kind of taffy textured, and then they cut through it with some shears, kind of like glass scissors. Yeah, glass pouring, glass cutting, and glass pulling, like stretching the glass out. Those three are very satisfying to watch. So now we've heated up the front of the piece. Gabe is going in first with the shears themselves. He's just going to cut the front of the piece off completely. You can kind of see that glass dropping below the wooden paddles. And that's how we get these really long kind of trimmings that you'll see every now and then throughout the hot shop. And sometimes we'll save them because they're almost like color samples, and you can see how the final piece is going to turn out. Yeah, this glass is really thick, so they are finished with the shape, I believe, but they have to balance the heat out and let it cool down enough to put it away. If they put it away while it's this hot, you could see it's still leaving glowing. It'll slowly slump and kind of change shape in the annealer when we set it aside. It can even stick to things as well. Say we were to set it on its side, it would slump down and it would pick up particles off of the kiln shelf in there. So we're going to heat up any cold areas and let the hot areas cool down in the meantime. And they're just admiring that pattern. It turned out really well this time. You can see all those air bubbles trapped in the glass. Oh, and just to point out, when we break this piece off, if you haven't seen this process already, we put it away in the annealer, which is the box on the far right wall there. And inside of there, we already have all of the rest of our pieces from earlier today. It's sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit inside of that box. And we will put this piece inside, maybe another one if we have time for one last one after this. And then we'll press a button to slowly cool everything inside of there all at once. And this could be as quick as 12 hours, or it could even take a day or two to fully cool down. And these pieces of glass are pretty thick, so I'm assuming these ones will cool for a little bit longer. Also, someone was asking me about the color earlier, and I was saying I wasn't sure because it looked black when they first started working with it, but then now as they've blown it out and we're seeing light shining through it, you can actually see that it's a transparent color. So I'm thinking it could be a red or maybe a reddish amber color. And now to break this piece off of the pipe, dipping our tweezers in some water and applying this to the very end of the pipe right at that connection point. And just like earlier, we'll tap the pipe and that should pop off into these Kevlar gloves. And we'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that might remain and kind of just completely smooth the bottom out. And this piece is done. Yeah, and you can see the previous ones in there too. So that one's finished. We've just placed it upright inside of there, and it'll cool down there at least overnight. So we won't see it again until at least tomorrow. Yeah, so we just finished a piece. Looks like they're maybe deliberating on the next one. We have about 45 minutes left, so they're going to try to get something else done. And let's have some of our visiting artist artwork on the screen while we wait. Yeah, could we have Ben's artwork up on the screen, please? So I want to mention again that we have a visiting artist today, Ben Beres, and he is the one who's in the far back, kind of facing towards us, the black shirt. And everyone else on the hot shop floor, they're our resident hot shop team, so they'll help any visiting artists that come through. Now, Ben creates a wide variety of works. He creates performance art, he creates large-scale installations, he creates glass art now as well, and he had a residency here about 6 years ago, he said. And so now he's just finally come back and is able to continue to work with glass. All right, welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. I was just talking to some of the artists on the floor and figuring out what they're going to work on next. We only have about 40 minutes left, so they're going to be making a smaller vessel, but we're going to see some interesting techniques with this glass. So this piece that we're going to see made is going to be using thermal shock as a decorative sort of addition to the piece. And if you guys don't know what thermal shock is, thermal shock happens when the glass cools or heats up too quickly. It'll crack the glass. And so we sometimes use this in our pieces to purposefully crack the surface, and then we blow to kind of expand those cracks. And then we'll either fill those cracks in with another color or do something with it from there. So we'll see them crack the surface of the glass and continue to blow it out and work with it with that crackly effect. And the way that we're coloring the glass today is through powdered colored glass. So we're just starting with clear. This glass right here is clear. It's just so hot that it's radiating orange light, kind of like lava. And the way that we'll use that color is we'll just sprinkle the powder on the surface of the glass and it sticks because of the heat. Then we just melt that layer in and repeat that over and over until we have a thick, rich layer of color. And in between layers of clear, we always sit and let that previous layer cool down. We want kind of this solid core within the next fresh, hot layer of glass. And if you haven't seen us use this tank yet, this is our glass furnace, and it's filled with a crucible which has molten glass inside of it, sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the texture of this glass is a lot like honey. So as long as the end of our pipe is hot, or as long as that glass on the end of our pipe is hot, we just stick it into the molten glass and turn, and it gathers a ball up on the end, just like honey. And a lot like honey, it can also drip. So sometimes if we want a partial layer of clear, we'll purposefully let some of that glass drop off. So the glass furnace that we went inside of, the tank with the closed door, that has molten glass mixture inside of it. And then these open-faced ones, they're used for reheating only. So there's nothing physically sitting inside of them. We just have natural gas constantly pumping in. And we do have 2 benches that we are working at today, and therefore we have 2 of those specific furnaces lit up so that we can work at 2 places at once. And that's really the only reason we do that. There's not a huge difference. This one is bigger than our side bench ones. So if we're making something big, then we'll definitely stick to the center bench. Oh yeah, so this is a powdered colored glass. And it looks like this one is probably just a bright red, reddish orange. And we're picking it up on the surface of the clear. So this is just one of many ways that we get our colored glass. And once again, this is different metals and minerals and oxides mixed into just clear glass mixture and then crushed up really fine. Yeah, and as you're noticing, we are heating this glass up and we're getting layer after layer of that color. If we were to just get one layer, you would definitely be able to see kind of speckles of color and then clear glass behind that. So to make the surface appear to be a solid color, we get maybe 4 or 5 layers. And yeah, once again, for those who have recently joined in, I wanted to point out that we're going to be playing with something fun, something a little bit scientific with the glass. We are going to be heating the glass up and then dunking it into a bucket of water to crack the surface of it. Once again, thermal shock. It happens if you heat up the glass too quickly or cool it too slowly. So if you're melting a bottle in a fire, for example, and then you pull the molten glass out, then it just cracks. That's an example of thermal shock. If you pour boiling water on your frozen windshield and it cracks, that's thermal shock. So 2 good examples. So we're going to be using that to get a texture on the surface of our piece. And now we've just gathered one more layer of clear over top of that color. And we'll use a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even out this fresh layer of glass. And once again, we already do have a bubble inside of this glass. It's already hollow. We'll just continuously expand it a little bit as we get more glass. So we're just using a pipe cooler real quick. It's a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. That's why we see a lot of steam rising. And I assume we'll probably let this cool down a little bit again. So we're gathering one more time, one more layer of clear, adding even more mass to this piece. And I know this is super satisfying, right? This bucket is specifically clear glass only, so we get to completely reuse all the glass that falls into that bucket. And this is a strip gather specifically, so we're just getting a partial layer of that clear glass. So it's looking like we're going to use the powder booth. And luckily we do have a camera to show off the powder booth. They seemingly disappear around the corner, but up on the screen we can see what's happening inside. We use the powder booth because when we're working with glass powder, we don't want to inhale it, powdered glass, small silica pieces. Definitely don't want to inhale it. So this box has some good ventilation, and we're just sprinkling that powdered glass on top of the piece, and it sticks because of the heat. And we'll usually do this a few times at least, just to make sure that layer of color is really rich. And it's looking like this one is definitely a blue that we're applying. So we'll heat this back up enough for that color to stick. And then we'll go back and we'll repeat that process a couple of times. Yeah, now we've come back to the center bench and we're going to fully heat up this piece of glass. And could we have a view of the center bench when they dunk this glass in the water? I think that's coming up pretty soon. Hey, could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So we have this bucket of water, this blue bucket, kind of in the back right here, filled with water. Not sure if we'll dunk it quite yet, but yes, we are. Okay. So we'll usually dunk it 2 or 3 times and then quickly bring it back to the bench and blow it up a little bit. And what this does is it expands that glass underneath, which is separating those cracks and just making them more pronounced, basically. And right away, while this is still hot and the surface is still relatively cold from the water, we go back to the powder booth, and we're going to now sprinkle a yellow powder onto the surface of the glass. So could we have a view of that powder booth? Thank you. So this is a yellow glass that we're sprinkling on top. And what we usually do, you'll notice it's covering up the entire design. We can't quite see those cracks anymore. So usually we'll sprinkle it on top, and then we'll wipe the entire surface of the glass. And this leaves only the residual glass inside of the cracks, making them more pronounced than they were before. So it looks like we're using a rag to do that. This rag probably has a little bit of water in it. And this glass is radiating a lot of heat, by the way. Whoever is doing this can probably feel all that radiant heat hitting their hand and arm. So we want to do this quickly. And once again, we're doing this all in the powder booth to avoid us inhaling any of that powdered glass. So we've brought it back to the center bench. We're giving it an overall heat, and this is going to make the powdered glass permanently stick to the piece, and hopefully we'll see how much more pronounced those cracks are soon. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist of the design. From here, they could gather another layer of clear to cover up that color, or they could just blow it out as is and have that powdered texture on the surface of the glass. So using the papers, Gabe is guiding which way this bubble is blowing out as someone continuously blows into the end of the pipe. And we'll use this fluffy torch to focus a little extra heat in areas that might be a little bit colder or a little bit thicker, so that way we can blow the glass out more evenly. And in this case, we have heated up the area near the pipe, and we've also heated up some jacks, those two metal blades, and coated them in a fresh layer of wax, and we will squeeze a jack line into this piece, which the jack line is basically a divot that will create near the pipe and will eventually break the entire piece off from that line. Also, I want to point out something interesting. You notice that it's kind of changing colors, right? So there's a couple of different things going on that you might notice. Whenever we're heating up the glass is radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava, so it might appear a little bit orange. But in this case, since we have that color on the very surface of the piece, when we're torching it with that fluffy flame, this is kind of reducing the glass, and it's bringing the metals to the surface of the glass. So we have almost this metallic sheen on the piece. So we just brought a bit of clear over, attached it to the bottom of the piece, and this is exactly where we're going to be attaching another pipe later on. And this is important for a couple of reasons. In this case, we have the color on the surface of the piece, and when we attach that second pipe to the bottom, this pipe is eventually going to have to be broken off as well to fully put the piece away. And that can chip and break color away from the bottom of the piece. So we're going to cover it with a pad of clear to prevent that. And now we heat up the surrounding area, and we're going to flatten it out using this graphite paddle that you see in Gabe's hand. So now we have just attached that pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece, once again right on top of that clear pad of glass that we created. And to break the piece off from its original pipe, we apply water to thermally shock the glass, crack it, and hopefully pop it off. And that was a successful break. So now we can start working on the top half of our vase. So we've already finished the lower half shape. We just want to finish up the top of the neck and decide if we want to flare the top open or if we just want a straight cylindrical neck like a lot of these other pieces. And yeah, most likely our visiting artist who has created all these pieces on display will be doing something similar where he etches different designs into the glass. And the way that this is done, we kind of have an example over here. It's not fully finished, but the surface of that glass piece on the metal table is covered in a sort of rubber substance, kind of like a sticker put onto the glass. And then he went in with something like an X-Acto knife and he carved each individual letter by hand and peeled away the areas around the lettering. And then, leaving what he wants to stay colorful and shiny covered, he sandblasts the glass, and that etches and kind of chips away material around the lettering. And that's how he gets this patterning on the piece. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's at least a 2-day process, because you have to go through the blowing process like this, and then you have to cover it with a sticker and carve it, and then you have to sandblast it. It's a lot of work. And to open this piece up all the way, Gabe first started by pinching and pulling at the opening, which is stretching out the very top of the neck. And then he trimmed some of that excess glass off, just getting rid of any unevenness and also the thickness that's usually there after breaking it off of that first pipe. And now we can heat up the front and start to open it up with the jacks, those two metal blades on the inside of the neck. So they have one more important step for this piece. Earlier, I was pointing out how the metals were being brought to the surface by the torch that they were using. They're going to be doing that further on purpose by turning up the gas inside of the furnace. So you can start to see the flames kind of shooting out right above the entrance, and that's because they've turned it up. And this should start to bring more and more of the metals to the surface of the glass and create that metallic sheen. And this is a little bit of a balance. We'll go in for a little bit and then come out. We don't want the piece to get too hot that it loses its shape. And pretty soon here, we'll be breaking this off and putting it away, which once again, if you haven't seen that part of the process, we'll put it inside of that black box over on the far right wall called an annealer. And this is going to slowly cool the glass down at least overnight. This is going to prevent thermal shock. In reality, we have a couple of thicker pieces in there, so it might take a bit longer, maybe up to a day or two. So now after letting that glass cool enough that it's not moving anymore, they're going to apply that water right to the end of the pipe at that connection point and break the piece off. And to finish it off, we'll torch the bottom with that small handheld torch. Get rid of any leftover sharpness that might remain. And that piece is finished. Yeah, a round of applause for the last piece of the day. And you can kind of get a glimpse of the previous pieces in there as well. Yeah, so that's where it's going to rest for a while now. And we are finished. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, if you have any final questions, let me know, but technically the museum is closed now, so thanks for stopping by.